last session, you guys had arrived at the tournament. You guys did the maze, and then you briefly did some. You guys did the maze. You met some of the other contestants, and then you guys made it to the second phase. You guys found out that there was people dying or other contestants being murdered, and at first you guys didn't care. Then you found out that a woman was completely drained of blood, and none of you seemed to care. Then you guys did the second round and got kind of beat the person. Said had a brief moment where he was about to kill a guy, but then the magic wouldn't, or then he chose to lessen the magic after finding out that he could do that. That was out of character thing. Then you guys, after that round, you guys had, I think we took a long rest, and did we take a long rest? Does anyone know? We did? Okay. You guys took a long rest. We'll just say you guys took a long rest. You guys took a long rest, and oh, you didn't? Okay. Do you guys want to just take a long rest? You guys kind of wake up. We're gonna wait. Stay on a little thing. You guys wake up. Kind of. I'm gonna say you guys kind of head down to breakfast. Unless what you guys have any morning routines you're doing while you're at the tournament at the end. Are you guys have any morning routines you're doing in the inn in like your guys' VIP rooms? Well, like before you go to breakfast. If not, we'll just take you guys down to breakfast. If, okay. You guys kind of heading down to breakfast. There's still a couple of things you can hear going on. Looking at the looking at the tournament standings, right? You can see that the other brackets, the other 8 brackets, they have kind of had fights going on. You guys can see that in your bracket, the White Lions and Thin Ice are set to fight later in the day, but there's some teams from the other brackets set for this morning and going onwards, and you can see that you can guess that there's maybe some surprise events, but you guys likely, looking at the schedule, you guys likely won't have to have your next round until the next day. You guys kind of glancing around can see that there's quite a few teams sitting and talking and like eating breakfast and stuff, but kind of let you guys sit at your breakfast table or at your table getting breakfast and discussing what your plan is for today, since you don't have to do anything, or since you don't have any rounds. But that size says everything I need to know. Okay. Um. You guys are kind of sitting down for like breakfast after looking at the like sheet. Uh, is there? What do you guys want for breakfast? Pancakes. Okay. Leo, what do you want for breakfast? Okay. Said, you here? Said. Okay. Um, I'll let you guys kind of discuss what your plan is, I suppose. Since whether you guys are planning to just kind of hang out around the tournament, watch some of the other events, or if you plan to do a bit of investigating, it's up to you guys, but I'll let you discuss. Well, you guys could choose to investigate the murders and stuff that you guys were hearing about of like the other contestants, but that's entirely up to you if you want to do that. But before you went to before you took your long rest, we can say you did. Uh, you can make out that there are other teams around. Right, like you can see that there's quite a few of the teams, mostly teams that don't have to any fights anytime soon. But if you mean if there's anyone from your bracket, the only people I would say you guys probably recognize from your bracket is Thin Ice. Which those are the kids, yeah. If they win their round, you will be facing them next. Like you are you right now, or do you mean like when the tournament when they're fighting? You're gonna go watch their thing and see their points. Physical weaknesses or like personality weaknesses? Physical. Can I have you roll me an investigation? Hello, Aesir. Which which one of your three characters are you playing? Okay. Um, Leo. You got a 20, you said? Okay. Leo, kind of looking at these kids as they're kind of eating and doing stuff, you can make out that one is looking at their traits. One is definitely more like, I would say, like introvert. You can tell that she's a lot more quiet than her teammates. And I don't know if this is would be physical, but it is kind of psychological. You can see that she's not in. She's not really. She's shrinking at louder noises, if that makes sense. Um, you do notice that one of them one of their like larger members who you saw during the tournament. You would have seen him carrying like a great axe, right? You do make out that looking at his arm, he did. You can tell that he's still trying to get in the groove of his using his arm. He clearly had an arm injury of some kind recently. Uh, Other than that, you can tell that one is a little more prone to headaches, but you can't quite tell what's causing it. And their fourth and final member appears to have a bit of shaky hands, if that makes sense. But sure, I'll put it in your guys' notes. I'm just kind of waiting for Sed to get back, kind of. Okay. I suppose while you guys are eating, right, kind of getting breakfast, Leo's doing his observations. T, is there anything Lucia's doing? Eating her pancakes. All right. Lucia, give me a moment. I have to go look at what Rakam's player info looks like. That gives Zed time to get back. He's Irish. That's all I know. Are you doing Rakam? Or are we? It's about to change. Okay. Rakam has literally nothing written for his appearance. I just have his characteristics to go on. Lucia. It's gonna take us to get into the groove of things again because it's been a while since we actually played D&D. Yeah. Technically 3. This is the 3rd week. Well, yeah, because our last session was on the 19th. So we missed the 26th, we missed the 3rd, and now we're having this session. So yeah. Not to mention, the people here right now, we're missing. I mean, Sed's AFK. Sed's one of our very talkative people who pushes narrative along, right? And we're also missing Sunni, who is also one of the other characters that really likes to go interact with NPCs. But Lucia, you're kind of like, as you're eating your pancakes and you're looking around, you briefly kind of you kind of hear a little bit of a sound of like the door opening and a little bit of the bell. You make out a cloaked figure who has like almost a some kind of merchants guild logo you don't really recognize. You can tell that they're a tiefling of some kind. They got like pinkish blue skin, or they got pinkish blue hair, and they got like bluish gray skin. You do see them kind of briefly approach the like check in. Kind of, you see them appearing to like ask a few questions. Um, Before the like innkeeper seems to tell them something, and you can see that this figure kind of pauses momentarily and begins to look around. Rakam, you're as you kind of look around this inn, you were told that the person you came here for has not checked into this inn. Um, Kind of glancing around, you do catch the eye of you do meet eyes with Lucia, and do catch sight of Leo, Lenore, and Ced. Okay. Leo, your kind of attention. Leo, are you here? Okay. Leo, your attention is pulled away from the the thin light, right? As you kind of look over and see this bluish gray tiefling wearing a cloak, um, kind of approaching your guys' table. Lucia, you also you met eyes with him, so you kind of did you keep the eye contact as he begins to walk over, or are you like looking away? Oh yeah, my pancake. Okay. Rakam, you approach this. You approach this table, kind of glancing around, seeing all these adventurers and all these like combatants and stuff. You briefly kind of seeing these 8 different brackets all set up and a lineup of who's supposed to fight. Um, Rakam, as you kind of are walking to this table, you do briefly pass a bracket, right? Uh, Rakam, the team you were here to meet. You give me a moment. You can see that the team you were here to meet, Rakam, you were here. The team you were here to meet was in bracket 8. They were in the 8th bracket. You were here to meet the Kraken committee, and you can see that they've been crossed out as if their team was dropped. They're not here anymore. You can see that the team they were supposed to fight was moved up without ever being without ever fighting. You can see that there was 2 other teams that had this happen too. Like their team was crossed out. But but the teams, 2 of the teams you recognize that are crossed out are teams that were supposedly. One of the teams you definitely recognize, which was the Kraken Committee, because you guys heard about them yesterday. You didn't hear their team name, but you do like recognize. You do see the guy crossing out their name. That's all the teams that have been crossed out are teams that were assassinated, that were killed by this supposed like animal or the mage or whatever was doing it. Well, to be fair, the two Masuyo knows who he is. You two clearly don't. uh, I'm gonna DM Ace here the answer of all the members he's met. No, this is not Nowhere. This is Rakam. But this is... Rakam is a guy you guys met on your way to Deezer. It's been a long while. Yeah, well, Nowhere's also been gone a long time. That's who he met on his way to Deezer. Guys, watch out. Your guys' brain cells back. By brain cell, I mean your guys' one experienced player is back, so he's gonna... Jesus Christ, I gotta turn... Leo, you said you turned off your gain? You were... What? He's... You're playing fucking Marvel Rivals. Of course you're hearing so many people. Maybe you should close something so that you're less overwhelmed. Wait, hold up, Leo. Let me turn you up again. You're back. You're back to normal. Oh my god. You don't say. You don't sound like you're yelling through a microwave. Leo pretending to know he knows Rakam is so funny. I like to imagine when Leo, I gotta DM you something real quick, which is it's my interpretation of something. Yeah, cool. He's faking it. He's faking. It's not, dude. I love how I can, It feels like to me, Nowhere is fishing for information. It's like he suspects you guys to be the murderers, and he's fishing for the information. Anyways, anyways. It's like, who the fuck are who? It's like, who the fuck are you? Well, better question, who the fuck is she? Good old, good old Temple. Leo begins to flip through his notebook. Good old James. Good old James. Canonically, she's still sleeping. She's still sleeping. She's here. Both out of character and in character. Are you throwing shade right now, buddy? Oh, am I not muted? Oops. I thought I was muted. I was like, you throwing shade right now, pal? Buddy? Buddy old pal? Oops. Oops. Leo disappeared for a moment there. Why am I getting DMs? Oh. Oh, sorry. Nowhere. This is me out of character saying that you can make up the name of the person you're here to collect from. I don't have a name prepared, so I know what happened to them, but I'm gonna let you make up the name. I'm Ralu. Ray Shal Ghul. Ralu. 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 They were a high elf. I think that's the race. I think that's one of the races in this game. They're the glowing ones, the yellow ones, the golden ones. The ones that glow. They're not the wood elves and they're not the dark elves. They're the other ones. I think it's high elves. I'm right? It is high elves? Okay. Well, I tried. It's been a while. I haven't done anything. I'm sorry. I think it's high elves. We're going to say high elves for now. He's a high elf. Yes, he is, because Ced's mom is a high elf. Okay. Sorry. Said's dad is a human and his mom's a high elf, so he's a half elf. No, Said is a half elf. I was saying that the person Rakam's here to meet is a high elf, and that's the right race because Said's mom is a high elf. Yeah. You don't sound sure of that. Who's Toki? Is that what the question? Rakam would know what she does in her experiments. I feel like he's bore witness to a few of them. I love how he hasn't even walked away yet, and you're calling him a dick under your breath. Oh, well, maybe. You should have seen it when he fucking interacted with Z. Rakam you just missed him actually, the whole interaction with him. Dude, I feel like Sed would have been asking Leo so many fucking questions if he had been here for what was going on. But Because said completely missed it. We'll just say said is coming back from the bathroom right now. You two are passing each other as you're disappearing into the crowd. Jesus. Holy shit! God damn! Jesus. Said you here for that? Said? Yeah, he just walked. Did you miss when he clocked you? He just completely clocked you. A Rakam kind of, as you two were passing each other, Rakam, because you weren't there for the interaction, so we'll just say you're coming back from like the bathroom or something. As you guys were walking, as you passed by Rakam, as he's like walking by, he patted you on the shoulder, said, "I'm sorry about your dad, but look on the bright side." Said agreeing with him. Well, I gotta agree with him. I mean, at least she didn't die. No, Aesir is your dad's friend. Rakam is just a dude. Rakam's that shady tiefling you guys met. Rakam's that shady tiefling that's a part of the Dark Harvest that helped you guys when you were going to Deezer. Mm-hmm. In the okay. Okay. Want to roll me a stealth check? He's not even hiding. He's just walking into the crowd. He's not even trying. Said you kind of walk back over to the table. I thought goblins were British. Why are goblins now Irish? Oh. He turns to go look. He goes to turn to look at the thin ice again, and the thin ice has just left, so they're not even there. He's looking at an empty table. Oh my god, Sunny's awake. Sunny's not feeling well, but she says she'll show up, but later. You're a suspect? It's like, maybe this is your fault, and maybe you're a suspect. And Leo's like, and now we gotta clear our names. You just spoke gibberish there for a second, but. He's a tiefling. He was here to meet a high elf. Good choice, you three. Good choice. You all chose tails. Did you not? I'm pretty sure I sent you one. No, I didn't. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry about it, Leo. You're the only one invested, so you don't need to worry about this. That's so selfless of you, said. That's so selfless of you, said. Well, Lucia, I wouldn't want to be alone too, considering the fact that Rakam just mentioned that a fuck ton of people were being hired. Um. Okay, where are you guys? I'm gonna ask this to all of you. How are you guys going to investigate? Are you going to kind of go to where the last team was murdered, or are you asking around, or the last team you know was murdered? Sorry. Ace, Rakam, where are you going? So the you'd have to ask around because you haven't been in Zelton for this. But there's the Coliseum, which is where like the tournament's taking place and where a few of the murders have happened. There's that festival right outside where there's basically a bunch of stands and like parties and stuff like that going on. There's the general city where you can just like look around and ask the guards. And then there's also the few back alleyways which you guys can see are kind of blocked off, and you can see that there's people that are laying dead there, completely like drained and like completely drained and like almost like a husk of their body. Like they've been completely drained of blood in some of these back alleyways. But where? I can't get my money if I can't get my money if I can't get my money if I'm in prison. Are you guys going to the last crime scene, or are you looking for a new one? Getting water? Is that She said that in her character's voice. That's why I asked. Um okay. When you guys are approaching, you guys are like approaching the Coliseum. Rakam, just real quick before we get to that. Rakam, where are you going? Like, you can see that the party, as you're kind of like in, I imagine you're in the festival area, right? Are you going to like the back alleys for the drained blood, or are you going to like, are you going towards the Coliseum where you can see that like people are? Okay. Okay. No, Rakam, you're kind of approaching these alleyways that are kind of blocked off by guards, and one of the guards kind of raises his hand. We can't let you go any further. This is a crime scene. You're not here. This is just Rakam. This is just Rakam right now. Currently, there seems to be a string of murders. I'm guessing we have two serial killers trying to one up each other, considering the fact that we have these, and he kind of gestures behind them, and then he goes, and we have contestants. I'm not at liberty to explain the details with you as a civilian, but I can tell you to be on your guard. He kind of like glances back at his friends, and he's just like, right over there, you can't miss it. And when he points behind you, past the buildings, Quentin, you see this giant like Roman Colosseum in the middle. You can see it over the buildings. That's how big it is. Can I have you roll me deception? I see. Right. Why don't you go take your poor eyesight and go enjoy the festival? You do, as you're kind of walking away, Rakem. Yep. He's about to charm person these guys. We really don't have time for this, sir. We have we have an active murder investigation going on. Can I have you roll me persuasion? With disadvantage, because these guys are suspicious of you. We really can't, sir. We have an active murder investigation going on. We don't have time for this, sir. Can I have you refresh your page, Quentin? There's one at this alleyway at where you are. There's another one at the other end blocking the other entrance, and you can see that there's two going over the body and looking for clues. And you can see an older woman laying on the ground. She's like a complete husk, as if her body's been completely drained of blood. Okay. Okay. What's the save? He fails. And you're just reading the surface thoughts? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Uh, so right off the bat, the surface level thoughts of this guy, as you're kind of like around the corner, you just kind of immediately your thought is, I really don't have fucking time for this. That guy was so fucking weird, suspicious. I should have asked for his name. Maybe I should. You kind of hear it like as he, because I imagine you get to keep hearing the surface level thoughts, right? Uh, as you're kind of listening there, it's just kind of like, first the vampires in town. That guy could have been a vampire. Should I get a sandwich for lunch? No, focus. But a ham sandwich sounds so fucking good right now. Should I find that guy? Hmm. Oh, okay. Um, he's just kind. You kind of. This sandwich just silently hits the ground because minor illusion. You make a sound or you visual. It's not both. It hits the ground. You just kind of hear a suspicious. Then you kind of see this guy kind of walk out and bend down to pick up the sandwich. Okay. There does not appear to be any guards on the roof. Do you want to think about it? Okay. While you think about it, we'll cut over to the others. Um, uh, you guys kind of. So you guys are walking through the tournament, going like show your guys' badges, kind of get in, going back to the thing. You guys kind of see some guards like at the room you guys need to get into. There seems to be one guard. You see two others, and he goes. You just see the one guy go, "Okay, guard this room. We're gonna go report back to base. Do not let anyone besides another guard into this room. It is a crime scene." And they kind of, you see the other two begin to walk away. Okay. The guard kind of turns to look at you. Can I help you? Can I have you roll me deception with disadvantage, considering the fact that he just got told not to do what you're trying to tell him to do? He kind of like looks at you for a moment, kind of pauses. He goes, "I really shouldn't. I can let you in, but I can't let your friends in." Could I get the name of the god who gave you this information? He has to be above me. He has to be a cat. He has to be the the Grand Captain sent you. The Vice Grand Captain. Can I have you roll me deception again? I'm not gonna make you roll with disadvantage, considering the fact you have this guy completely confused. He kind of narrows his eyes at you. He's right in front of the door, man. I'm. Can we go confirm this with one of my higher ups, maybe? So, okay, you two come with us as well. And he kind of turns and like begins to. I'd I'd really like for you all to come, just so I can keep eyes on you. And he kind of begins to like gesture for you before you first said to like walk away. He kind of briefly glances at them, but then begins to lead you away, only really checking to see if you're following. Said, "Hey, the other two could roll stealth as long as you keep his attention." He pauses, kind of looking at you. I can't let you in unless I have confirmation from a captain. They should, if what you say is true, they should have given you a notice from the official gods. Can I have you roll me deception again? he he looks at you. Said he looks at you right as you say that. They would have given you a notice, even if it's so last minute. There's still proper procedures to go. I can't let you in on good consciousness. I'm gonna, I'm gonna. Aren't you guys also? Wait. And he kind of glances. He kind of pauses and looks at. He kind of begins. You see that you. Can I have you roll me a contested stealth check? Because he is. You're trying to hide your guys' badges that indicates you're contestants. I need you all to roll a stealth check here. He doesn't, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't change your voice. Actually, it does. It would be disguise self. It does your voice. Leo, it's not with disadvantage. It's just with normal. Uh, it's 19, 17, and 20. Let me roll something real quick. He does not. He does not get it. He kind of pauses for a moment. He just kind of pauses, looking at you. Hi, Ty, by the way. He kind of pauses as you guys quickly hide your badges. Don't I know you from somewhere? He begins to He begins to look at you guys a little more carefully. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You don't have a notice, so I can't let you in. I could lose my job over this. For all I know, this is a test. And frankly, if you all are testers, you're very good. But I really need this job, so please leave. Did you use disguise self? It if you're it, no if you are, you're doing it right in front of him. You would need to walk away to do it. He doesn't. He doesn't. You've seen captains, but you guys haven't seen anyone that would look like the vice captain or like the grand captain. You guys, you guys, you guys did, you guys did see a captain tell it. The guy, the guy who told him not to let him in was a captain. Uh, Leo. I need to check something real quick. Yeah, they would have things for that, but it also depends because he's not with anyone right now. So if he doesn't have anything for checks, he would be assigned with a person who does have a check. So if that person's not here, they have a better chance of getting it. If that makes sense. I need to. Well, there's a chance that like if there's a chance like each one of their things right has a it's more because if this guy doesn't have any spells to see through like disguise self or like detect magic and stuff, it also completely depends on the thing. They're assigning groups that they can see through this stuff, but he's alone right now, so you guys have the best shot of tricking him. Okay. Anyways, um, Leo, you turn into the captain and walk around, coming back, and he kind of looking at the other guys, right? He kind of he's just like, please, I really need you all to leave. Captain, um, these people want in, even though I'm supposed to be waiting for everyone to come. He pauses for a moment. Leo, can you roll me deception? He pauses for a moment, right? It's, I'm sorry, sir. Um, I'll yes. They just didn't have the proper paperwork, so I I apologize for my rudeness. And he kind of yes, sir. And he turns and walks off as quickly as possible. All right. You three begin to push into the room, opening the door, entering, and closing the door. And before we describe what you guys see, we're gonna cut back to AC or to Cam. Uh, Teddy's gonna be with Cam because he wasn't with you guys. You can message him, yeah. You wanna tell him to meet up with you? Okay. Rakam, you're back at behind that corner, seeing that guy trying to pick up a sandwich and like slowly realizing that he does realize it's a minor illusion. Begins to look around to see who's messing with him. Okay. Do you have a hand sandwich? Here's the little splap. Looks over. Goes. You kind of. You're still. You. I imagine you still have the like. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't have detect thoughts anymore. Uh, you dropped his ham sandwich. He kind of briefly walks over, picks it up. You kind of see him dust it off, and then you hear 3 second rule, and he just begins to eat the sandwich. Just walks back to the group, to the guys. You're walking through the crowd. I don't know where you're headed. AC or you would not know that. But they weren't looking at the roofs at all. Maybe the guys at the entrances were, but no one else was. Guys doing an investigation weren't. But you did not see, but give or take, without the blood, you can't fully tell. But the crime scene, by looking at it, because you are a criminal, you can tell that it's a few days old at least. But you can't tell how long old the body is. Okay, you're walking through the crowd, right? Um, and like you briefly bump into this like half orc. He's wearing like armor, so you can tell he's kind of a cleric. Uh, Ty, you're kind of like walking through the festival, trying to be like, where the fuck is my friends? Where did they go? Right? Because you woke up, went down to breakfast, and no one was around. And when you went into like your guys' suite, no one was around. So you're kind of walking around, and all of a sudden you accidentally bump into like this bluish gray tiefling wearing a cloak. No, it's not. Nope. This is Rakam. This is Rakam. You haven't met him. I have him turned down, so it's not even loud for me. It's better now. You're not loud. You forgot your friends' names. You're such a good friend. You see like a family walking with like a 5-year-old child. Kind of the kids jumping up and down and pointing. The little kid is a boy, not a girl. Black half elf. The Coliseums where the tournament's being held. You just ignores the question. Teddy. Never mind. Uh, yeah. Teddy, I was gonna say you could message them, but you don't have that spell. Yeah, I guess you do. Um, Teddy, you begin to make your way to the Coliseum. AC or Recam, what are you doing again? Might occur. So, so the few places that you kind of the back alley ones are there's a lot of back alleys. So and looking at the person, it was not even an adventurer. It was a civilian that died. And from what you can like, if you roll me an investigation check real quick, D&D Beyond, D&D Beyond, collection, my campaigns. Uh, so you don't get a lot of details, but going off rumors from like some of the like adventurers you overhear and stuff, uh, the civilians seem completely fucking random, right? Like that's what people are talking about. Civilians in isolated areas, but most of the attacks at the like on the adventurers, right, seems to have occurred at or near the Colosseum. Okay. Before we continue, we're gonna cut back over to the other three, but before we do that, we're gonna take a small break because I have to use the bathroom. Back. We're ready? Said you here? Okay. Okay. Um, you guys you guys enter this room one at a time, right? With the last one of you guys entering and closing the door with a small click. Um, you turn to face this room, and it's a fucking bloodbath. You see there's blood splattered on the wall. You can see that someone's arm is laying on the couch. There's a torn torso in half. You make out there's scorch marks, and looking at this area, it looks like magic right off the bat. Scorch marks. There's a little bit of frost marks. You can see that there's almost like someone on one of the bodies, right? You can see that the head is gone, and looking at the neck, it looks like something bit the head off. You see one guy literally had his torso ripped open by like rough things. Looking around the room, you can see that there was definitely a small skirmish in this room. Things are topped over. These people did not go peacefully. You kind of, one of you, I don't know who, kind of probably approaches the window a bit, like looking out. You guys can see that the tournament's going on. You can make out the thin ice beginning to go up on one side, and there's this group of knights on the other. But if you guys are beginning to look around, do you want to roll me investigation? 20, 23. Are you doing an investigation? Are you doing an investigation, Lucia? Okay. So going from who finds the most to who finds the least, passive investigation in this case would mostly, you wouldn't be able to find hidden things. You'd only be able to see things in open view. If it's not hidden, you'll be able to see it. Passive investigation is so my best example for like passive investigation is you wouldn't be outright being like, with passive investigation, if someone was lying to you, you wouldn't be able to be like, that person is straight up lying, because I would look into it, but you would get the subtle tells, like, for example, they look to the right, they're not looking, they refuse to make eye contact with you. Oh, that's my example for passive insight. Give me a second here. Yes. So, passive investigation is kind of passive investigation would be like clues that you can figure out without rolling, if that makes sense. But so starting from who finds the most. So said. Yeah, I know. It is not Leo. I know. Said, you kind of looking around, kind of peeking over, you find in almost like in the wall where there's a slash mark, you find this small, almost hardened, it looks to be a small triangle. Looking at it, it appears to be armor from some kind of creature. Let me send you a picture of what you're looking at, said. You find kind of something like this in the wall. It appears to be some kind of, looking at it, it's hard and it's almost armor-like, but it seems organic, almost like it's from some sort of creature. Looking around through your investigation, you also can kind of feel this trace of arcane and almost like a familiar trace, but you can't quite pin it. You find, just before Leo finds it, you do find traces of brown hair or fur. Some of this fur also seems to be graying a bit. Can I have one of you, either one, roll me nature? You sure? Leo. This appears to be some sort of, you can tell it's not like a humanoid hair. It appears to be from some kind of animal. Your best guess would be something from the canine family. Okay. You guys continuing to do the investigation can tell that these people were like, there's, looking at traces, right? There's almost like a little bit of shedded skin from what looks to be some kind of hard animal. You find some teeth, which looks to be like reptilian in nature. Lucia, I don't know what you're kind of investigating, because I don't know if you'd want to go near like the dead bodies and like the blood splatters and stuff. But do you want to roll me Arcana? Yes. You're a cleric, right? Okay, can I have you? Okay. Lucia, you kind of not really wanting to get near the bodies and investigate, try and just channel your magic, because you and Ced specifically can feel traces of magic quite a lot. You can feel it a lot, Lucia, and kind of honing in on this magic, you can feel the traces of, there's traces of like a, obviously the humanoids, multiple humanoids magics. You can read signatures, some of which were definitely these guys. You can feel this almost like necromantic magic traces in the room. And then almost in some spots, there's almost like dead magic, if that makes sense. Like, the magic just dies. Can I have you roll me a religion check? What's 6? Okay. Yes. Lucia, you're kind of getting traces. You can't tell what this is right off the bat. You can tell it's infernal. You can't tell what kind of infernal it is, but you can feel an overwhelming presence of multiple infernal magic in here. Um, you guys continuing to do this investigation, kind of wandering around. Leo, you find traces of a green cloak in almost under a corner. You guys can find that some of these bodies have been ripped open and torn like something was eating from them, like some sort of animal. You almost all in a certain spot, specifically closest to the door, can feel this dead sense of magic. Like magic died in that spot. Um, where would you say you are searching? Like, cause are you looking for more like spots like near the window, like how these guys could have been spotted or something, or yeah, cause like okay, you kind of approaching the window, Leo, begin to like look out over the crowd. Um, there's looking through the crowd at the people. You make off in the distance on the other side of the thing. This you can make out what looks to be a green cloaked man staring, like not watching you guys, right? Um, but there appears to be someone watching, right? You see briefly someone else kind of approaches, taps their corner. You see them like lean it over, kind of obviously whispering something, but you're way too far away to hear it. The guy kind of gives a nod, and the other guy walks away before you see he pulls out some kind of stone, says something in it, and then briefly you see as he begins to walk away. Um, I'm gonna send a photo if I can find it. Poor Teddy. Anyway, sorry. That's completely underrated because Teddy's not nearby. Oh my god, everything's going wrong. Where is it? Leo. Briefly, as you see that guy begins to walk away, you see this armored figure, which you remember seeing a lot, like a lot, yesterday and the days prior during the tournament. He kind of briefly walks past, kind of crossing his arms and looking out at the tournament, watching the other people fight. You do briefly see this green cloaked figure does kind of pat his back before disappearing into the Coliseum. You're looking through the window, you spot them on the other side of the Coliseum. You could run to go fucking chase to try and find them, but you would not have a good chance. Not with the crowded people. If that guy stays, if the knight stays there like he is watching, you could probably get to the knight. The green cloaked guy, as the knight kind of walked out and crossed his arm to look over, patted the green cloaked guy patted the guy on the back before walking away. The knight barely acknowledged him. Find the knight or the guy? Sure, sure. You quickly turn. I don't know if you say anything to the others or if you just walk out. Okay. Sed and Lucia. Sed, you here? Uh, uh, you guys kind of see Leo kind of walks to the window, stares out at something for a moment, and then he turns. And as he's walking right by you guys, as you guys are still doing an investigation, you hear Leo just go. He says, "I saw something suspicious." By opens the door, closes it, walks off, and you just hear his footsteps as he starts from walking, beginning to pick up speed, and then you can hear him running down the hallway. Is there anything you guys are doing? He said, "I saw something suspicious." By exited the room, and you could hear him go from walking to speed walking, and then you heard him running down the hallway. That's what you heard. He said he saw something suspicious, and then he left. He previously, before that, you saw him standing at the window looking out at something. Okay. So you're all Lucy, are you following after him too? Okay. So you guys all exit the room. You guys exit the room to follow after him, closing the door. I don't know if you guys are being subtle about like closing off or to stealthily leave as if not walking away, or if you're just leaving. I imagine Leo didn't try and do anything to like hide the fact that he was in the room. Just begins to get there to make sure the night doesn't get away. Um, you guys begin to follow after Leo. Leo's kind of leading the way a little bit ahead of you guys. We're gonna cut over to as you guys begin to do a full circle around the Coliseum to get to the other side of the Coliseum to go see this night. We cut over briefly to Rakam, right? Ty, will get to you in a second. Rakam, you're going near back alley, which right? You're doing stuff to look like a civilian. How long do you want to say you've been doing this, looking like a civilian, to like walk around back alleyways and stuff? Rakam. Oh. I was asking how long do you want to say you've been walking around as a civilian? Like we're trying to draw out this person. Okay. I can tell you right off the bat during your 20 minutes of wandering around, no one showed, not even a single suspicious person. You saw a bunch of people like you saw a bunch of people like hanging out and going cutting through back alleyways, but they were mostly just people partying or drunk people. You do make out a couple of sketchy like business people trying to scam people, but that's par for the course here. You don't encounter a single person who even talks to you or even looks at you. Is there anywhere else you're going to begin your search? Okay. Okay. Um, there's you eventually like during this thing, kind of looking through the alleys, you find a couple of people puking. It's like nothing really out of the ordinary. You do eventually get to the Coliseum. You find again Teddy kind of wandering through the crowd, kind of can get it right. Beginning to head off and like try and find his friends. You do briefly see Ty. Are you here? Okay. You do briefly see as like you're walking in to kind of see what's going on in the Coliseum. Teddy's kind of walking, trying to get a gathering. Teddy, you do briefly bump into a man, right? Who kind of like he puts his hands up, kind of almost like surrendering, kind of looking at. You can see he's got like almost this like emerald green cloak, right? He kind of puts his hands up and surrender to you. Sorry, that's my bad. Just in a little bit of a rush. Best of best of luck in the tournament, sir. He kind of pushes past you, kind of briefly gives you a nod, Ricam. He does that to a couple of people, but he does it to you as well as he kind of exits the Coliseum. Shortly after he exits the Coliseum and you're pushing further in, and Teddy is kind of looking around. You guys see coming from the contestant side, going around towards the other side of the civilian, kind of cutting through where you guys are. You see Leo, Lenore, then Ced and Lucia appearing. You're in the Coliseum. Well, this is where the tournament's taking place, but yeah. No, no, it's still going on. Okay. Rakam, you do see them, by the way. Is there more? Okay. You guys, Teddy, are you following them? Okay. You guys eventually get to like the crowded area, right? Like where you can hear people cheering, right? Um, you hear like you can hear all these like you can see that uh as you guys are exiting to kind of look around and like see this night, you can see the night watching. You guys do see that Thin Ice barely scraped by and got that win. The You guys kind of exiting can see that Thin Ice is leaving. They barely scraped by and won their match. Um, you guys beginning to walk out, see this knight standing there. Leo, you spot that he's with someone else. Give me a second here. I can send you a picture. Um, this is the guy he's talking to, which you guys recognize is his teammate. He was with him a couple of times, but so were some other people. It's an older gentleman, obviously a wizard. I want to note that his beard has brown and gray tips. Like his beard is brown and going into gray. It's not full gray. The knight, the knight doesn't the knight doesn't look at you, kind of keeping his arms crossed, staring out. The wizard kind of looks at you. Good day. How may we be of service to you? May I ask? I didn't know where it happened, but I've heard that a couple of teams have been murdered. And he kind of glances, looks over. Yes, tragic, but if they're competition, I suppose it's good for all of us, no? Tragic, tragic as it is, but, you know, what can you really do? The wizard kind of glances at his friend, right? Who the knight kind of looks down at him before. I want to note this knight is very tall, standing at nearly 7'8". He towers over you guys. He kind of glances down at the wizard. The wizard kind of looks at him. You'll have to apologize for my friend. He's mute, you see. He doesn't talk. Though I do believe we know nothing about the sorts. We haven't really, we've mostly stuck to ourselves for the tournament, you see. Brown fur? Are you looking for some kind of, you said somebody, are you looking for a tabaxi? Or a lupin? A lupin? There's a few. I don't know if I've seen any graying brown ones. I do believe I've saw, what was it? I do believe that the casket makers have a brown bulldog lupin. But I don't know if that's, but I I mean, just got their muzzles. The mouths are brown, graying a bit, but you know, I wouldn't. His his, I would, I yes, but it's his mouth is more of a black than it is a brown, if that makes sense. But uh, he kind of glances at his friend for a moment, like, almost as if examining him. He can write, yes. I probably not. Besides that sword on his back, he doesn't carry much. He can nod though, nod or shake his head. Maybe make a few grunts. The knight slowly turns to you, Leo. There is almost this uncomfortable silence as he stares at you with this like intensity. You can't even see what's behind the masked eyes as he just stares down at you. And it's only until the purple cloaked wizard like pats the friend on the back that he breaks out of that like staring and just slowly shakes its head. His head. No. No. He's not a shield guardian. You certainly can. Yes, roll insight. 29. Give me a moment. I need to check something. You can tell by subtle things he's definitely not telling the full truth. He appears to be subtly lying to you. Though, looking at his body language, Leo, you can tell he's got this intensity to him. There's almost like this silent, you can tell by the body language, he's itching to swing. He wants to hurt you. You can tell that he's restraining himself, but by the twitch of his hands, he wants to hurt you. But he is lying to you. Patted his back. By his injuries? Oh. Yes, you can. He again shakes his head at you. There's a, I can actually, so you definitely could tell that there's indications that the swords were used, some sort of sword was used, but it definitely wasn't this guy's sword. If that makes sense. You're gonna get right in his face. Try and get right in his face. Like, inquisitive. He again shakes his hand, but you do briefly notice, Leo. What's your passive insight? Okay. Ced and Lucia, what's your guys' passive insight? 15. Ced, you here? Leo, this is what his great sword looked like, by the way. It looks like. This is what his great sword looks like. There were scorch marks, yeah. No, no, that's just the aura on it. It's not. It's not even. It does. It appears to be magical, but not like that. That's just the picture. It's just supposed to be the black and the thing. There's no. It's not. It's not flaming. Since Ced's not here, I'll just give it to you guys. Ced's is a 11, anyways, or no, yeah, 11. Lucia and Leo. As this guy shakes his head, you do briefly catch that he begins to slowly raise his arm, only stopping when there's a subtle touch on his shoulder, on like the side of his leg, right, the side of his body. by the wizard, and then he slowly lowers his hand. It did look like he was beginning to make a move to grab Leo, but stopped when like the wizard subtly told him not to. He certainly has a anger issues. That's for sure. I Goliath. I've seen a few probably. I mean, I'm sure you can find countless people wearing green cloaks. I saw a group of two earlier. I mean, our I believe our cleric wears a green cloak, but he's always wearing a dread shroud. So the people in the cloaks, or our cleric. Yes, our cleric is a human. Got dirty brown hair and has a black vest. Are those people? I can't say I've seen their faces. I've but uh there's to there's an older tabaxi in the I believe there's an older tabaxi in the Noble Strikes team. He's a rogue from the looks of it. Oh, yes. Do I know it's fairly early, so you're probably not going to encounter them, but do watch out for the spellcaster on the Silver Sentries. Kobe is his name. He's very, very good. Yes, but just a piece of advice: one tournament runner to another. All right. I believe he's very good at. I believe he's very good at kind of what's the word? He's decently good at. I would describe it as well. Closer, he specializes in evocation, necromancy, and conjuration. But I would more watch out for his. I would more watch out for that, both the chain lightning, but also the chain lightning, but also he can do. Yes, I would watch out for his. Kobe's more dangerous because he's got a globe of invulnerability. Mm-hmm. In the spell, globe of invulnerability. This guy's warning you guys about another team. They're not in your bracket, so you wouldn't have to worry about them until team 3. It's fire marks, not electricity. Fire, scorch marks. Uh, there's some that indicates bolts, like some of the scorch marks on it. You can tell indicates like was definitely like bolts of like you've seen it when Zed hits it. Some of them were fire bolts. Some of like the damage you can tell was people using some kind of like flame arrows and stuff. But some of the burst is almost like in a 20-foot sphere, just complete scorch from flames, if that makes sense. Centered on an area. Yes, multiple attackers and multiple people killed. But most of the brutality seems to be done by one individual, one kind of like animal kind of individual thing. Of course, I'll keep tabs. Yeah, you too. Good luck in the tournament. I would like to remind said that you found traces of like lizard teeth. You are, yeah, you are. Oh, you were talking. You were talking to here. You were talking to this wizard and the knight. They're from a different team, but you don't know what team. Damn. You guys. T, I'm gonna DM you this just as a reminder. Yes, you do. But uh, yes, I can actually. I'll actually remind because you both would pick up on this. There was in the room. There was a few. You want to roll for it? Because you it would have been no. Luce. Actually, if you roll closer to Lucia, I'll give you the same stuff. Otherwise, roll Arcana, because otherwise it's mostly just Lucia recovering this information. Lucia, you said you would pick up on this, that there was multiple traces of infernal energy and dead energy. Lucia, you kind of picked up that there was multiple traces of like not only necromancy magic being used, but there was also traces of quite a bit of infernal. You also could pick up the traces of like heavy dead magic. Someone was killing magic on the spot. Similar to like how anti-magic fields can kill magic. This is something killing magic in the area. Um, Almost like it killed the magic, and there was no magic flowing into that area. At least not as normal as before. Lucia, you also know traces. You do not know what it is, but there was an over familiar trace of in one of the infernal traces. There was a familiar trace of definitely some kind of entity. I'm gonna DM it to you. Um, yeah. Actually, you wouldn't. Actually, I just realized Lucia would not know this. Lucia, you would know that it's definitely not. It definitely wasn't like tiefling infernal. It was closer to that kind of creature you guys faced in that underground dungeon. I said fiendish, like infernal and fiendish. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I'd be closer to fiendish because infernal is devils. That's not. It's not what it is. It's fiendish. It's fiendish energy. It's not the same, but it's very close to kind of that signature that you encountered in that underground dungeon. Not the dungeon, but like where you guys saw the paintings of like all the other adventurers. Ty, you're also with these people right now, by the way. But yeah, Lucia, you will have to verbalize that to the group because you're the only one who would know that right now. You would recognize traces of fiendish, and actually said, do you wanna do you wanna you actually would recognize one of the one signature does not like you wouldn't be able to tell what it is. You actually could remember like be, briefly from like this the traces of the fiendish magic. You recognize it from all the way back in Luton and when you were in Yolheim's mountain near the dragon. Jackal. It's been a while. I think it's been almost a full year since you guys have actually seen him. Because the last time you guys have encountered him in game was back in Yolheim. You you are the one who knows that there was definitely fiendish energy, a lot in the fiendish energy, and that it's one of the energies was more like concentrated, civilized, definitely more like a spellcaster of some kind. But the other was closer to ballistic animal, cunning, smart animal, ballistic, fiendish energy, similar to that beast you guys faced back in the thing. Said, I want to note that Leo's only time ever seeing Olvin was in Yolheim's Mountain. Olvin's set trace is not the one that's semi familiar to her. She can tell that it was a spellcaster of some kind, but she more picked up on that she more picked up on the second fiendness signature, the one that's closer. It's not the same, so it's not the same kind of fiend, but it's closer in nature to that one you guys encountered back in Reaper's dungeon, underground dungeon. Where where you guys saw all the paintings with the old members and stuff and the names and places that Okay. Jackal. Australia. He's from Australia. Not a jingle. Actually, jackal. They're jackals are. I think jackals are closer to coyotes. Actually, I think you were right. Yeah. Golden jackal, black backed jackal, side striped jackal. Jackals are a small, relatively small wolf-like canid. Canid. Teddy's with you guys. Actually, in game, that was a full year ago. Almost two. At a game, Ty wasn't there for that. Teddy was there. Ty wasn't. Court wizard. Do you want to insight that said? Do you want to insight that said? He wouldn't lie to me. Is that your phrasing, Leo? To locate him, rat guy. Let me look at the locate creature spell. When you guys saw him last, all the way back in, you don't have locate creature. You have locate object. It well you if he's wearing the same stuff. When you guys last saw him, if he had if he has the book, yeah. You can give it to the other cult members. Give it to his boss. He was last time you guys encountered him. He does have glasses. He the last time you encountered him, he was wearing a totally different outfit from the court wizard outfit, but it was still a cloak. He still does have the glasses. Yeah. Locate object. He has to describe or name an object that is familiar to him. You can sense the direction to the object's location as long as the object is within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movements. The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you've seen it up close within 30 feet at least once. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon. This spell can't locate an object in any... I don't think he was close enough. Do I still have the map? He was close enough for you. I don't know if he was close enough for Leo. I'm pretty sure it's the Fiendish Slayer. Because it was one of the artifacts, remember? Yes, the Fiendish Slayer. This is the sword you're describing to him. Okay. You get you're not familiar with the sword, but you do get like a description of it. So, um, I'm gonna. Um, he didn't even have it when you were on the mountain. He was disguised as a wizard. He didn't have it. Oh wait, maybe he did. He might have. And give me a second here. I can actually check. I can check. Then it definitely won't help you here. Holy shit. That was a long time ago. Ten months ago. You guys can hear the other team, like another team fighting and stuff. um. Uh. You guys had. Hmm. Yeah, said was Leo definitely wasn't close enough to see the stuff up close because you were 50 feet away from from Olvin in the thing. Yes, he did not have the sword because they introduced themselves as their party consisted of a wizard, sorcerer, and a rogue. Irely was their rogue, so neither one had the sword, even when they dropped it. Is everyone here? I can, yeah. Why is someone why did Zed say kick him pug? What's going on? That was Leo. Um that was 5 minutes ago. Um well Leo just walked up to Zed, patted him on the shoulder, and told him that he tried his best, but he couldn't find it. Um, and I just checked. Said even when he dropped it, he didn't have the sword because they were going as. Okay. Um. Yeah, he is. Yeah. You guys see. Hey, Teddy, have you been to my mom's grave? Even though we've been at this tournament this entire time.
Okay. Sorry. You guys, you guys see the Leo holds the stick out, and kind of like you see this stick kind of spins a bit, um, but then just kind of stops.
Jesus. Holy crap. It means it's not. It means it's farther away than 1,000 feet. Is what it means. What are you doing? What spell are you casting? Oh, you're using deviation. I don't think you get to pick. I don't. Wait. What level is deviation? Fourth level. Ritual. It takes 10 minutes as a cast. Do you get to pick the god? You do. Okay. Technically, you don't get. Technically, you don't get. It puts you in contact with a. You can ask, but it doesn't. I get to pick whether it's the god or a god, one of its servants. Truth, truthful reply, which might be a short phrase or a cryptic rhyme. The spell doesn't account for circumstances might change the answer. What's your question? What's your question? That's what you're spending the 10 minutes to do for the first for your using your first 25 gold pieces of incense in 10 minutes to ask the god, "Are you here?" I'm just was the first question, "Are you here?" or "Where's Olvin?" Give me a second here. I have to think of how to answer this. Truth. Okay. Um. You ask for a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. Where's Olvin? So if you're not specific, where's Olvin? I could tell you where Olvin's gonna be in any of the 7 days. Not this moment. Getting a lot more specific. It was Ty first. I just started. Girls, you're both very pretty. Hey, boys. Shush. Quiet. Quiet. Quiet on set. Quiet on set. I did hear what he said. I'm choosing to ignore it. Um. Wait. What was your question again, Leo? Or said? Sorry. Was your question what's their goal? Oh yeah, you were asking where to go. I thought you were asking what their goal was. Where to go? Uh, sorry. Um, I'm I'm looking at something. I know. I'm I have to, dude, it's a phrase or thing. I can't give him the answer. You want, dude, I can either give you a rhyme, I can either give you a cryptic rhyme which will give you more information if you use your brain, or I can give you an unhelpful short phrase. No, it doesn't have to be helpful. It has to be truthful. You get to choose. Do you want the rhyme or do you want the phrase? Your question was, where is Olvin right now? Okay. Your question was basically, where is he right now? Okay. Um said you kind of hear almost you kind of cast a spell, kind of doing this thing. You guys stand there watching. Said cast this spell for 10 minutes. Said you hear a whisper almost like right behind you in your ear. When bride feasts, a tournament will burn. An artificer's heart ceased. Your heart will mourn. It'll make sense. It'll it'll it'll. Bats was an artificer, yes. Yeah, he was. Yeah. I love how you just ignored the part where it says a tournament will burn. Do you want me to send it to you? Said, or you? I. Do you want me to just put it in chat? Remember, remember that any of these. Well, one of them is happening right now, this instant. Um, any of these rhymes, any of these rhymes could happen within 7 days. It's Yes, and it's giving you something going today, but it's also to be more helpful to you. She's giving you what their objective is through this rhyme. You did, you did a tournament. He's here. Hey, excuse me. That's three. Can you tell me where you are right now? I want to come meet you. I have some questions. XO Lyrie. Was XOXO one word? So okay, Lyrie's son. Okay. Currently in the sponsors booth, want want to meet. Where would you like to meet? If you are free, meet me at concession stands. Bats.
Well, Rakam, what are you doing during this? What's going on? Doing your investigation. I do. It's my alarms, man. I have an iPhone. Rakam, you here? Rakam, you here? What is Rakam doing? Well, you're in the Coliseum doing the. You were continuing your investigation, right? Or were you sticking near them to kind of see what their investigation was doing? Okay. What's your investigation leading to? To the guy to your guy? Uh, roll me a stealth check. Dude, that's Leo. That's Leo. It sounds like a metronome. Sounds like a. I pay bills. What? What? I would not be surprised. Eight figures is eight figures is typically 8 digits. So that's like 10 million. Bare minimum 10 million. Six figures is because 6 figures is 100,000. I need you to start buying me stuff if you're making 10 figures or 8 figures. Yeah, I am. If you're gonna be a part of the 1%, I'm gonna use you. Don't be one of those selfish millionaires. Lee said. Okay. Rakam, are you gonna roll those investigation checks? Do you want to roll me a stealth check? It wasn't the refreshed dice, the correct dice. Too late. You're using the 6. Roll me stealth. You don't have advantage. Dude, Leo, are you trying to die? Leo loses his magic, so he doesn't get his magic for this session. I'm taking away your magic, Leo. Because I'm God and I can do that. Your God hates you now. Ignore the fact that you're a paladin, so your magic comes from like your belief in your oath, but you know, I'm taking away your magic. Nowhere, you successfully sneak into the room that like to the room where you're like the guy was murdered. Your investigation gives you nothing. You find the scorch marks on the room. There's brutalized bodies, blood splattered everywhere. But any pieces of evidence that could have been here is either you can't find it or it was taken already. But there is indications of magic, and you can see like scorch marks. There's a sense of like dead magic in the air, and almost like slash marks on the thing, and stuff's knocked over to indicate a struggle. Also, you find maulings of like indicates some sort of beast or animal. Best guess, best guess would be a reptile of some sort. Oh no. Okay. I guess we'll cut over to back to you guys because Rakam is dead. Um, you guys arrive at the concession stand, right? Uh, you guys arrive there first, just so you're aware, because he has to walk all the way from up high all the way to where you guys are. You guys were closer to the concession stand than he was. So you guys, are you guys getting food, or are you guys just sitting down at a table, or which? Teddy, you getting food? Ty, are you getting food? What do you want, Teddy? Do 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 you want some popcorn chicken? You want some chicken wings? Do you want a poutine? Do you want fries and gravy? I said poutine. What? Uh, my bad. Do you want a fucking pizza? Oh, here. Let's have a hamburger. No, let's get your triple whopper for you. There you go. There you go, Leo. There's a triple whopper for you. There you go. Eat it, fat ass. Anyway, how is that racist? I did. Oh my god. Freaking giving you like. I'm taking away your options. You get one thing. That's and that's you get a vegan pizza. That's it. That's all you get. A vegan pizza. It's just a piece of pizza with tomato sauce on it. That's it. That's all it is. Oh, fine. It's just the dough. For his, yeah, you said it wasn't vegan enough. There you go. Oh my. You get air, Teddy. You get air. You get a salad. You get a salad, Teddy. You need to watch your figure, Teddy. You get salad. No, I called Teddy fat. I left Ty out. I left Ty out of this. Oh, you're allergic to salad? Okay, you can have a tomato. Are you allergic to the leaves or the tomato or the cucumber? What are you allergic to?
It's called lettuce technically. Do you want your hot dog? Do you want your corn dog? Or do you want your hot dog? What do you want? You want your pizza? What do you want? Oh my god! What kind of chicken do you want? I would like to remind you guys that this is recorded. What kind of chicken wings do you want? No shit. What sauce do you want? Do you want buffalo? Do you want red dragon? What do you want? You can have red dragon, okay. Ty, that'll cost you 5 silver. Do you not have 5 silver? You have 61 gold. You have the silver. You have 14 silver, but technically you have 434 silver. Okay. This I want to note, Leo, I want to note just for this. The person working behind the concession stand is like a 15-year-old girl. Okay. Okay, bud. I'm going to kill the party. Target Leo. Kill Leo. Leave nothing to resurrect. Use disintegration. Kill Teddy because of association. Kill said because he is a half-elf. Kill said because his mom was famous. Kill said because he's a noble. Anyways. Leo's hey Leo's like knock knock. I said, it's like, who's there? Not your mom. And then Seth just hits him with the, oh, why'd your dad cross the road? I don't know why. To get away from you. And then your dad walked out. Dude, what is this session today? Anyways, Ty, you have your red dragon sauce chicken wings. Your overpriced chicken wings, because this is a stadium. He turns around to yell at the old elderly couple sitting behind you guys. This young girl's hungry. Feed her. I don't have the money for it. You're elderly. You're retired. Eat the food. Buy her food. Hi, Ivy. How are you? You're just in time, Sunny. I was about to TPK the party. You're just in time. Yeah, if you're not feeling well. What does that have to do with Ulvin? I gave him multiple options. I'm being thrown under the I'm gonna TPK this party so I don't have to deal with you ever again. Total party kill. He's not. He's. What? Ty's gonna hit him with the. He's not a racist viewer. He is a racist competitive though. No, I'm not. Anyways, Sunny, the reason you saw Ulvin is because he's supposedly back in town. You're looking for him, not really stalking him. Do you want some overpriced concession food from the tournament? Mm. Lucia, what do you want? Ivy, he just said he's buying you whatever you want. It's free. Oh. Ivy, you're just babyface. Pretend to be 10. I'm gonna type this in chat. Do you want the entire pizza or you just want a slice? She's a growing girl. She just de-aged? Damn. Definitely can, but here are the things that I said the concession stand had, but you know, instead of saying Teddy gets angry, maybe use your voice to indicate you're angry. He's like, no, he's just making my job easier for when I turn this into a role play. Teddy is angry. I plan to. Honestly thought
honestly thought that I was gonna have to cancel it because I thought we were gonna not be able to do it this week. So it was like, okay, week 3. If we miss an entire month, I'm just straight up canceling this campaign. Don't test me. Um, you. What kind of pizza do you want? Vegan. Wow. Okay. There you go. Do you want deluxe meat lovers or do you want regular meat lovers? Okay. Uh, you're not talking to the 15-year-old girl. You're talking to the guy. The fit like 25. It's just like it's like, so your pizzas together are 20 silver. Dang, you're old. Did I say 20 silver? I meant 15 gold. Yeah, they're 20 silver. I'll let you know when the pizza's done. Turns to go cook the pizzas. No, why would the pizzas just be done? We're not living in. We're not living in. No. No, it's far too late for that. We've established that she's older than that. She technically is a kid. Isn't she like 15? And yeah, she's still a child, man. She's 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 barely a teenager. Anyways, Ivy, you guys see Ivy kind of, because Ivy's not with you guys. You guys kind of see Ivy walking through the crowd, right? Uh, you see her come through the crowd. Ivy's finally awake. You were napping. Napping. You were just you were just yeah. That's where everyone who was AFK was. They were just sleeping. We took a long rest. Yeah. Ivy, I want to note. Ivy has missed. Ivy has because you guys have been here from since the morning. Ivy slept through the first 3 rounds. They're now halfway through the third bracket. How do you be allergic to a salad? Is he allergic to the whole salad or is it just one piece of the salad? Dude, you can't eat shit. He can't eat like most he has to eat a plain burger. Uh what do you want to eat? What do you want? No, no one wants to fill Ivy in on what you guys are doing here. I'm gonna say this in your ear. We're gonna find. I love how Leo makes it sound like he doesn't look at his coin purse, so he doesn't know what's in it. It's like it's out of sight, out of mind. You know. He hasn't seen you since you were a child. He doesn't really know. That is true. He just hold Leo just holds a sign that says "Bats over here, bats over here." Is that out of character or in character? Okay. You guys see, you guys kind of can see a tabaxi wearing almost this nice little cloak. He's got a little insignia. Said you recognize it as your mom's like adventuring group's insignia. Um, you can see that he's got graying fur. Like his normal features, right? That from that painting you saw earlier, you can tell he's worn down a bit. He's definitely older than he was. This is kind of the outfit he's wearing, and imagine this, but he's like graying and like looks a lot older. He does spot you guys and begins to make his way over to you, kind of sitting down across from you all, or sitting next to one of you, or whatever. Good evening to you all. I'm. You all are the royal hand, correct? I'm kidding. I know who you all are. I don't sponsor anyone I don't know. Good day. How are you, said? I did hear about that. I. Yeah, did hear about that. Mm-hmm. Tucklow doing something or other. Getting things. She's taken Bastra's death incredibly hard. Jackal, is he a Lupin or is he specifically Jackal? Does he Lupin looks like a Jackal or is he more actually like Jackal featured? Because if he's Jackal featured and it's not like a Lupin with Jackal appearance, then we may be looking at a fiend. Hmm. And you said he's here for me? Hmm. I've I've made a lot of robots. Hazelgate. We are speaking of Aelwyn, the one guarding the sword, correct? Well, if he's dead, then I'm assuming the sword was taken. You have it? Better you than someone else, I suppose. I am. It's the question of if I'm not.
You are true. That's true. There is magic. There is good magic. Would you like to use detect magic on me, or eat stuff? I have nothing to hide. You trust me? That's a very foolish thing to do. And he kind of taps you on the head a bit, almost like flicks you on the head. Your friend, what's his name? Do you do you not know your own friend's name? I think he's telling you out of character. Zafia, okay. I can I can consider it. He'll have to meet up with me. I'm very busy. So, Eldoria. I can try and make time to go visit Eldoria. There's only a very specific amount of people who would want me dead. They are definitely around it, and if Tucklow's word to be believed, they might be back. Yes. I'm assuming so. You seem like you all have been fighting them, especially if you all are talking about Olvin or this jackal. I do not know a Reaper. Dead, yes, all dead. Killed in action. I would not. Yes, that would be more likely. The only one I would assume that probably is still the original would be the Sixth Herald. The Sixth Herald I would be one of the most concerned about, considering the fact that killing them won't stop them. It's as simple as summoning back to this plane of existence. After all, killing an elemental just sends them back to their home plane. They certainly are. A very dangerous one at that. If they're the original, they could be a totally different one. They could just replace her. I think I forgot the town name too. Give me a second here. It's been 3 weeks and I haven't had internet to take notes. That's my excuse. I think it was Tanya, but I could be wrong. I don't think it was Tanya. No. No, because you guys went to Tanya for... Tanya was where you went for... Tanya's where you went... Tanya's where you went to collect payment from someone. Oh, Tanya's where you guys suspected... I'm pretty sure Tanya's where you guys suspected Reaper to be, wasn't it? Yeah, I'll have to go back and check. I can't remember off the top of my head where it was. Yes, we can just say that. Mm-hmm. Feel free to ask. Just wanted to be included. I'm looking forward to what you all can do in this tournament. Seeing it all. Hmm. Okay. Well, certainly. I should be safest in the There's so many gods in the sponsors booth. There's so many people there that it's one of the most guarded. The only arguably other guarded place in this entire place is where the king and where the royal family is sitting. And even then, my job is to make sure they're not hurt. I am coordinating their defense in case of assassinations using magic items and such that I've designed. There is currently an anti-magic field surrounding the king and the queen. Well, it's not so much an anti-magic field as it is a small little barrier around them using a necklace that will kill magic used to try and assassinate them. Think of it more of a if a spell is cast, the necklace casts dispel magic. If that makes sense. It's not so much an anti-magic field. So I don't think it'll protect them from a power word kill. But to be fair, you're not exactly going to get out of this alive if you're doing that. Not to mention, this is one of the most guarded places on the planet. We have precautions. There's little the magic suppression field on this stadium. That's my design. Well, runes are typically one of the key ways we design magic tools. You have a component for a magic tool right now. Certainly. Top price. I can give you a discount though. It's a favor for a friend. I look forward to seeing how you all do in this tournament. After all, I'm looking forward to seeing how my replacements are going to do. Yes, you are the princess's royal adventuring party, which makes you all my party's replacements. After all, we were the king's royal adventuring party. You're the future queen's royal adventuring party. You have big shoes to fill, and you have eyes on you. So do be careful with your actions. Everything you do will be scrutinized, and everything you do reflects on not only yourselves, but also the princess. Of course. I should probably return to the sponsors booth. I do want to be able to watch some of these other people. Of course, I won't be able to sponsor them, but as times for sponsorships are over. But if they do well, maybe they might be worth sponsoring as adventuring parties. Correct? Of course. If you have any more questions, well, we should be able to meet. But until our next meeting. He kind of stands up. You do see his ears flick momentarily, and he does kind of look towards the crowd for a brief moment, staring at something a little too long before he just turns and leaves. Okay. Okay. Did you hear what I told you when you were doing your investigation? you your investigation didn't really get you anything. There was a lot of scorch marks. There was a couple of dead magic blood splatters. You could tell that some sort of big, large creature had been in the room and definitely mauled and ate some of the dead people, and that it was definitely some kind of reptile. You weren't able to find anything that would help you with your really investigation, if that makes sense. You weren't able to find any evidence. You also did find slash marks that indicate that there was multiple attackers, but that's it. You gonna go meet up with the party, or what you doing? Okay. Okay. All right. So yeah, have a good one. Okay. You all, what are you all doing now? Did Ty died? Okay. Almost 2 years now. That's actually you're. That was Actually, that was only a few months ago. No, that actually was almost a full year ago in campaign. Dude, it would have been. I gotta DM this to someone. It's not. No, it has nothing. It has nothing to do with the thing. It's something. I just read something and I realized I need to message this person over it. I. They're gonna be so pissed because I've been putting this off. But sorry, unrelated. We're gonna take. Sorry, we're gonna take a small break because I gotta use the bathroom. Also back in, also how you guys spotted him in Ty's not in here. How you guys spotted him the at the dragon thing is you didn't really know it was him. You just saw that he was trying to get the book while you guys fought the dragon, and said took the book from them, and then nowhere basically called them out, and it was revealed to be Olvin. Anyway, small break time.
I'm back.
Oh, Ivy's gone. No, Ivy's back. Wait, what? Oh no, T's gone. All right.
What time is it for you? Hmm. Welcome back. Oh. Oh. Okay. Um, is everyone back? Okay. Okay. You guys are gonna do some like investigating for him or Frolven. Okay.
How are you guys investigating Frolvin? How are you looking for him? You know he's somewhere in the tournament. Were you about to say something shady in this neighborhood? No, it sounded the way you were saying it made it sound like you were about to sing Ghostbusters. Bats just left to go to the sponsors thing, which you guys can't get into. The first time you guys met him, he was disguised as the court wizard. The second time you guys met him, he was disguised as an old man in another wizard outfit. No, he was disguised as an old sorcerer because because Tarak was the wizard you guys met there. Yes, he is old. He's an older gentleman, so so he can't really disguise himself as a younger person. I mean, he sounds young, but he acts old. But it's one of the reasons he doesn't disguise himself as a younger person is his fur is graying. So when he disguises, he's always gonna look like he's graying. Because he doesn't use disguise self. He uses fiendish magic to do it. It's just something he can do. So it's always got it. One of the tells you guys will notice from the two times you've encountered him is he's always going to look like himself. Whereas the court wizard, like when you guys met them, their beard is fully silver. When he was disguised to them, it was brown going into silver, or whatever, right? There was a bunch of nobles, but okay. Do you want to roll me some investigation checks? The investigation. High tie. Okay. Uh, Teddy, roll me investigation. Ho ho ho. Yes, you do. Said you're looking for old men. I don't see it said. I don't see it said. I don't know if I believe you. I can show you what I see. This is what I see said. I don't see it. Teddy, I hope to know you guys ain't seeing shit. Sed's the only one fucking doing this investigation properly. She's gotta do. You gotta do that before. Um. Yeah, well, it's fairly crowded. Um.
You guys going around looking for older gentlemen with like brown and gray hair. Uh, I would like to note while you guys are doing your investigation, you do see a couple of older gentlemen, some of which have brown hair that are graying, some are just straight up gray. You don't encounter anyone that's like a wizard, but said during your investigation, right? You do kind of remember pushing back that wizard in the purple cloak had brown hair that was graying. The wizard you guys had talked to when you were talking with the knight had brown hair that was graying. Well, no, I'm just reminding them that they interacted with someone who fits the description you're looking for. Why didn't I tell you? I did. I said he had a. I told you when I was describing him that he wasn't gray bearded. He had his beard was brown turning gray. That is one of the things I said. I'm but I'm looking around in the turn. You guys can kind of get glances at like gentlemen wandering around. Said, you spot on the other side of the Coliseum that purple wizard. Kind of, he is discussing and talking with green cloaked individuals, kind of telling them what to do. Green, and when I want to know, they're on the other side of the Coliseum, so you have to run all the way around. Okay. You get a phase shift to Steel Predator into a middle of a crowded arena. I want to know what the royal family is here. You guys can see the royal family in the thing. Is Jorkon in the area? Oh yeah, she is here because she's one of your guys' subs. Jorkon kind of like you see Jorkon who's sitting. You could see Jorkon was in the crowd, so you like telepathically like Jorkon, come here. Jorkon, you see Jorkon kind of gets up, walks off to kind of meet up with you guys. Is there anything you guys are doing? Is there anything you guys are doing to speed up your uh the well when 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 said spotted him, they were just finishing up their conversation. So you guys are just full on sprinting. Okay, you guys are full on sprinting, right? Like running as fast as you can. Uh Fly ahead. Uh when you guys are arriving, um there's no sign of the purple cloaked wizard, but you yes. 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 Said there said as you get there there's traces of like teleportation, but you guys do spot a green cloaked figure going through one of the fire exits. A green cloaked figure heading through a fire exit. No, Temple has it. Okay. You guys be like this
cloaked figure. You see him kind of going downstairs.
Are you guys doing anything to catch up to him, or just full on running down the stairs?
Okay. You guys chase this guy, right? Heading down. He's not like, I want to note. You guys are running down the stairs. He is just walking down. He does catch sight of you and then begins to move quicker. But by the time he's pushing out the door, you guys have basically caught up to him. Like, as he's pushing out into the back alleyway, you guys are right there, right next to him. Um, Second here. You guys call out to him. You call out to him. I'm on the wrong thing. Okay. You call out to him, right? And as you're like asking him a question, he turns around. Who's coming out the door first, just out of curiosity? Leo, what's your AC? If you saw, then you're the first one out the door. If you're leading the way, but who? Okay, Leo calls out to him, asking him if he knows anything, and he calls out to you. I don't know if you want to fucking, as you're walking out this door, I don't know if you want to counterspell a cantrip, but he's firebolting you. The first one coming out the door. Okay. So Leo does a 23 hit. Okay. Can you see him? Does he give him shield? If are you the second one coming out? Okay. So the firebolt hits the shield, like not breaking through. He turns and he begins to sprint down the street. The back, not the street, but the back alley. You would have to make a contest. You would have to make a grapple check, because how are you attacking his legs? Roll to hit. You would need to use the whip. Hold person would work if he's as so long as he doesn't pass the save or counterspell you. Okay. Okay. So you're not dealing damage. You're trying to trip him. Okay. You use the forked lightning, getting his foot as he's running, and you just kind of pull, calling him to roll and eat shit, falling right into the trash. He, you see, he kind of like begins to like dust himself off, kind of pushing himself up, but not like standing up to a sit as he looks up at you guys. He does not reply to you, just kind of stares up at you guys, holding his tongue. Sure. Roll. He's down, so technically, because this is a melee, you do have a advantage on this hit. It's an unarmed strike, yep. 22 does hit. Roll your damage. So he chooses not to reply. Says like, show him what's what. Leo just kicks this guy in the face, causing him to fall back. You see his arm tend to slump for a bit. He begins to like rub his nose a bit. You just hear a motherfucker. No, the firebolt came from a weapon. Yes. You can't spellcast without your tongue. You also can't really talk without your tongue. He can still cast spells as long as he just won't be able to change his spells. Do you want to search his person? Well, even if he's a wizard, taking his book only means he can't change his spells. He's just trapped with the ones he has. Leo, you go to search this guy. Your AC is currently 28, you said? No, +5. Yeah, everyone did. You're the only one who didn't. Leo, Leo, you're kind of looking at his person. Um, yeah, halfway through. So does you want to cast another shield on him? Well, how long does shield last? 6 seconds. So it would have wore off as soon as he tried to take off running. Yeah, 24. It's 24, so it hits. He's using Arcane Burst. Technically, it's a ranged spell attack. Yes. He goes to place his hand. He goes to place his as you're reaching into like to check him for pockets. He places his hand on your chest, and he's about to cast. You can hear the like feel the arcane before. I don't know how you counterspell. Do you like snap your fingers set or what do you do? And like spell counters. Okay. Leo, he does not have a spell book. Are you gonna torture? Are you planning to torture this dude? You see briefly as like you're saying this stuff, he glances at the sky almost as if trying to find where the sun is. I have nothing to say to you all. I have nothing to say to you all. Completing my duties. He glances at the sky again for a moment. Hmm. If you're going to kill me, kill me. I want to note Arcane Burst does not require him to talk, by the way. It's his only spellcasting thing that doesn't require him to talk. No, it doesn't. It just requires him to tap or point his hand at someone. You certainly can. Yes, because he needs to point at what to do to arcane burst. What's the save, Sunny? Natural one. You didn't. I didn't. I want to know, Sunny. You didn't tell them you were doing this, which mean I mean to be fair, if you told them you were doing this, he could try and, you know, doing it. So you have to do it behind their backs. But that means they don't know you're doing this, which means they're Set is holding the hand, telling Leo to chop this guy's arm off while you're looking at it. While you're just reading this guy's thoughts. Sunny. Sorry, because Sunny wanted to do this. As like there, Zed is pulling this guy's arm and telling Leo to jump on it, right, and do it. Um, you hear this guy's surface level thoughts, and he at first it's just like these people are idiots. Then there's like a brief moment as they're pulling his arm. He kind of glances at them and he goes, "Continue to waste your times with me. All you're doing is helping me. Kill me if you must. I've served my duties." You want to probe? He gets to make the save again. He can. Yes, he can. If you initially learn the surface level thoughts of a creature, what is most on its mind in that moment. As an action, you can either shift your attention. Yes, so he knows you're doing this. Um, you probed it deeper into the mind. If you probe deeper, they must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large on its mind. Something such as something it worries over, loves, or hates. If it succeeds, the spell ends. Either way, the target knows that you are probing into its mind. So he doesn't know if you're doing surface levels. As soon as you start digging into his brain, he knows. And then he can spend a time contesting it. So it's 17. That's I don't think that's what she's digging into. 13. So you're digging into this guy's brain. Sorry. He obviously doesn't have spaghetti on the mind, Leo. um, Digging deeper into his mind, Ivy, you kind of see him like hold like he moves up one hand to grab his head as he kind of begins to look over at you. Uh, Ivy, his reasoning for why he doesn't care is he's distracting you guys. He's trying to keep your attention on him. He is extremely nervous and uneasy, and there's what probing into his mind. There's like digging around. He is extremely scared of failing his objective. He is scared that what they're doing here is going to fail. There. Do you want to try and probe a little deeper? You you're not able to. So with this probe, you're able to get into that state, but you're not able to figure out what that big plan. You know, there's a big plan here, but either he doesn't know, or him catching on that you're doing this, he's trying to hide it from you. Can you actually make me a contested intelligence check? No, the only way he fails is if he rolls a nat 1. 6.
You rolled a 3. He rolled a 3. You're probing into his mind, right? And you can see that he begins to like narrow his eyes, like you can feel him pushing you out of his mind. But as you're trying to dig deeper for that, like, what is their plan, he kicks you out. Yes, I think that's trying to get you to break his arm. Can you roll me a strength check? And also roll me an unarmed strike real quick. You gotta get bardic inspiration before you make the roll. Okay, you do hit him. He is prone. 21. So Leo swings down, punching this guy's arm, but like Leo, you obviously your heart's not in it, right? Leo swings down again on him. Just real quick here. Leo, while you're doing that, while you're like about to swing down on him, your AC is 23 again. Just misses. He tries to use his other arm to blast an arcane burst at you, but he misses, hitting the wall. Jesus fucking Christ. You wanna roll me that strength check again? Yeah. You guys hear the most gut-wrenching ripping as he's like tears this out. You can hear the gurgling scream as like Leo pulls out this tongue. It's not quick and it's not fast. It's not quick and it's not fast. It's slow and it's painful. You want to what? I I actually want said to make me a contested strength check. Not if you're getting ready to cut his arms off. He's trying to fight you off. Get the fuck out of here, yeah. Make Said make that contested strength check. You really do. That just gives you advantage. Okay. Okay. Well, roll the. No, you roll two separate ones. So she does get you. He does get you off. He's barely getting. He's barely a. Jorkon is barely holding on to him. I want to note, because how he's struggling, you are not getting a clean cut on this. Well, he's trying to cut it off. Leo, you swing down, hitting the arm. You guys hear a crack, but it does not come off. It doesn't even go all the way through. And you can hear him gurgling as he's trying to scream, and he's beginning to choke on his own blood in the struggle. Swing again. Ivy's disappeared. Teddy, are you here? By the way? Oh no, Teddy's gone. Swing. Leo swings down, cutting one of the arms off. The other one you can see is kind of hanging off. Um, um, you hit both. I want to note he dies to shock. I want to note this looks like torture. You guys tortured him. Mm-hmm. Better hope that no one saw you. Well, it's you still tortured a guy, and if someone saw you, it looks like you tortured an innocent person. Yep. I want to note, even if he's a bad person, you did it in a city, which makes it a crime. Yeah, but you know who they can see? If people are You know who didn't have their helmet on? Teddy and Ivy. Mm-hmm. No, Ivy was there when you ripped his tongue out. Ivy, you're back inside. What are you doing to try and figure out where they are, or like what their plan is? The wizard said didn't get to mention it. I don't think. I don't. I did you mention it? All right, and he didn't answer. Okay. He did. Yeah, he did teleport. Yeah, because he used detect magic. He did because he did say there was traces of magic. Of he did know that there. He did teleport. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you want to roll me investigations? Doing a search, you can tell you can't find any cloaked figures, right? They definitely were doing something. You do come across briefly a door cracked a little open. You are I want to know you are back in the district with you are back in the like rooms where the contestants stay. And a door is cracked open. Sure. Sure. I want to know you're by yourself. Can you roll me a stealth check?
Okay. Give me a second here. I need to check something. He technically, yes, he did break his tenants. Or not. He Yes, technically. But I'm pretty sure he did technically. I would have to go. I have to go look at his tenants, but I'm pretty sure because he wasn't really. They don't. It's more. It's about his whole thing is about honor. It's Leo's commandments are an order spoke and heard is final, but not to be followed blindly. War is ugly and bloody, but those who fight with honor and proper strategies will always have our favor. True warriors honor the fallen and do not pity those who fought valiantly. There is no fighting. There is no honor in fighting the weak or unarmed. The guilty and the unhonorable shall receive the harshest punishment, death for death for divine punishment. Ivy. It was torture. It's still torture. Ivy. Ivy. Um Give me a second here. Um Ivy. This door, right? You kind of begin to peek inside. You see briefly um you can make out the shadows of you two aren't. This is just Ivy. Um you can make out the shadows of a large, very large, very very large, huge almost creature. You can't see it quite yet. You see its shadow. You hear the cracking of bones. Um there's you do briefly hear someone just go, "That's it. Keep feeding." Pushing open the door, like as you're kind of peeking in a bit, the door creaks a bit. You make out what looks to be a large, like huge reptilian kind of creature as it cracks a bone and begins to. You hear the cracking as it bites into it. Ivy, let me show you what you're looking at. You see this stare like it, you see it cracking the bone, right? As it kind of begins to, you see blood splattering a bit. There's almost a sense of magic has died. Ivy, the door creaks and this thing turns and it looks right at you. You definitely can. Your stealth did not beat this thing's passive perception, by the way. Its passive saw you. it's there's a brief moment where as like you're turning invisible, it moves incredibly fast. It gets to the door and grabs like the door. You see it begins to push the door open, like leaning forward. You're like backing up and you just hear it begins to like almost get in your face as you're backing up. There is a brief moment where you hear Ivy, what languages do you speak? You hear it speak in Elvish. Little worm, you will be my meal. It's about to like move out of the room, right? To come out as you're backing up. But then you hear that second voice. No, we're done here. We're leaving. Stop whatever you're doing. Remember your place. And this creature kind of begins to look back at whoever's in the room, and it just closes the door. It was no, it's not one of the contestants you saw. He was eating a contestant. No, you didn't. They were standing away from the door. So I'm gonna let me think about who you know. No, you would not recognize this voice. Are you are you this was yes. Well, no, there's not a room number, but there is a team name on it. This was the team. This was this was the Devil's Tail. That's the team. Note it was the team that Talia was about to face. Talia and actually no, was Talia and Crew? Who's Talia and Crew supposed to be fighting? I don't think it was Devil's Tail. No, Devil's Tail was about to fight Vigilant Company. Talia's currently fighting. Talia is fighting Drum Corps right now. This was Devil. These guys were the next people supposed to fight. Okay. With that, you begin to run. I imagine you're not being quiet. You're full on fucking. Especially when it's literally spoke that you were going to be its next meal. Also, compared to Ivy, you want to see the. So, just real quick. Yeah. It's. No, it was in one of the rooms. That's the mystery, said. That's the mystery. Do you want to see the size comparison to this to Ivy and this thing? Yeah. Well, this guy was fucking big. Size comparison, real quick for y'all. Um, not. Here's the. Let me send a little bit of a screenshot for y'all. This is not the creature, by the way. I'm using a blue dragon for scale. This is Ivy. I can actually tell you the size of this fucker in the room, but when he was peeking out. But this is him on the map. This would be him compared to you on the map. He's fucking big. He's a big boy. And he's not alone. I want to know. Yeah, he's near. He standing like because he's crouching over right in that room. He does not fit standing up. He's near. He was nearly 20 feet. By the way, that's him standing. That's him standing at full length. He was crouched down. Like he was on all fours, right in that moment. He wasn't because there's no way he's fitting in that room otherwise. But Ivy, you full on run to meet with this group with your team, right? Um, you, where would you guys say you are? Are you guys like coming inside again, or where are you guys? Are you looking for Ivy? You inside. You're following Ivy. Well, Ivy had a head start on you, so you guys would be looking for her. You were spending time torturing a guy. You also spent time hiding the. How shitty did you hide this body? Ugh. Anyways. Either way, Ivy, they're coming down the hall towards where you were. You're invisible running towards them. So they can't see you, but they definitely can hear you. Because you're not being quiet about it. Are you, you were saying, hey, I imagine you came out of. Are you still invisible? It's like, if you're gonna kill him, just kill him. Oh, wait, you don't need to torture him. You don't need to torture him. We weren't torturing. You didn't need to torture him. Let's just go. Let's just go. You guys are running towards the door, right? Or running towards this room. Um, who are you messaging? Yeah. Okay. How far is message? Oh, there. She's a lot farther than that. I will send help as soon as I can. I will send truth for now. Buy some time. Uh, you guys are running down the hallway, and when you guys are arriving at the room, you guys get there just as a like staff member, right? For the tournament, right? Just kind of knocks on the door. Hello? It's time for your guys' fight. No, 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 no. This is the team you guys are about to enter the room. You guys were. You see his hand reaches for the doorknob. He opens the door. You hear him. You hear him go, "Oh God!" And he literally pukes on the floor as you guys arrive. That is where we will end today's session. It's midnight for me, and I have to keep my sleep schedule or I'm going to be completely fucked for work. So, sessions are going to be